All right. All right. So we want. I don't remember why. Okay. Whatever. There we go. Okay. Do I have the nav mesh on this? Mm. What? There we go. Okay, so this here, this is going to be the waypoint navigator. Maybe? Maybe. Mm. No, the waypoint navigator. It's the crowd controller. That's what I wanted. Right. This one's the waypoint navigator. This one is the crowd controller. There we go. Don't care so much about this. Like we don't actually need to spawn anything right now. Right. What we're gonna do is on the crowd controller, we want to fetch all of the waypoints. Let's make this a public for now. No, we'll just serialize it. We're gonna try and get a bulk of this done today. Like just push through. I gotta just push it through and get it done. So waypoints did not populate. Okay, good. um oh wait. What? Maybe on awake. Still got nothing. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, what if I do this? Okay, so this is the on awake. I can never remember when to use start, when to use awake, and like all of those other things. There we go. That's beautiful. Look at that. Got them all. Got them. I ideally want to do this in a button. Unity create button in inspector. Custom editor. I think I did it in one of my ones here. Where was it? Open. I want to say that it was this one. Chunk generator. That's what it was. If sorry, if Unity editor and if custom editor type crowd controller. Public class. Um, do, do, do. Right. This needs to be public. No, this can stay private. Here. What we'll do is we'll do this. Uh, uh, public void fetch waypoints. Then here, all we want to do is we want to do crowd controller fetch waypoints. Then if we come into here and we we need the button. Uh, If not, crowd controller return. Is wait, what? Or fetch waypoints. That should just work, right? Wait. Oh yeah. Here. So why is this not working? Hmm. My button's not showing up. Here, button. Hmm. Wait, so why is this not showing up in the editor the way that I thought it would? Because I would like to like prefetch all of the waypoints, right? Sorry. Ugh. Wait, what was the root? Okay, yeah. Okay, so why don't I just do this then? This will be easier. Let's go to the waypoint controller. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Okay, so there's the root waypoint there. Okay, so if we do this, draw button, this is what we want here. If GUI layout dot button, uh, waypoints, we fetch crowd controller from root. There, and then we do fetch all waypoints. Crowd controller dot fetch waypoints. Now, if I come in here, Why does this not work? If active. Oh, wait. Populate waypoints. Okay, so now if I click populate waypoints, it should work. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Okay, so now if I go to the waypoint navigator here, I know that there should be a way to fetch. So this is the on the wake. Fetch the crowd controller. Fetch the crowd controller from the scene. Oh, wait. No. This shouldn't be here. Because this is going to need to actually import it here, and that would create a circular dependency that we don't want. Sorry. In the awake, uh, do, 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 do. Okay, so not this. Wait. Current. This should be serialized for now. So we'll start with like just gonna move her up, or this up. Ugh, fine. Okay, which one's this one? 14? Okay. So we're going to use 14. There we go. So now that should move her to 14. And then what we want to do here is waypoint navigator. We want to do the oh wait, no. We want to log this. Debug dot log error nav mesh is null, and then we return. If current waypoint is equal to null, then this we don't really care about right now. And what we want to do is we want to go into here and we want to grab the our next, right? Which is like, we're just gonna get rid of this. It's fine. We want to grab the next waypoint, which is revolving around a distance check. So wait, where's our update? Here's our update right here. This is nav mesh agent. And then stop distance will be nav mesh agent dot stop distance. Stopping distance. Then if it is not, what we're going to do is we're going to do get next waypoint. So then here we would say current waypoint dot get next waypoint. And this would be a current waypoint equals current waypoint dot get next waypoint. And then here we would be nav mesh agent dot set destination current waypoint dot do. Beautiful. Okay, so that should work. I think we're gonna hit play and we're gonna see if it works. I was editing the wrong one. Radius. There we go. Radius of 0.5. We'll do maybe a tiny bit more. There we go. But look, she's walking correctly. What's our stats on this? Pretty decent, pretty decent. Look at that arrow. That's a really nice arrow. I want that arrow. Where's that arrow coming from? Okay, so our distance is not as good as I want it to be. Let's bring this down. No, this was at 8. I think we need to slow her down just a tiny bit. Let's go 3. There we go. And then the stop distance needs to be less. Let's put this at 5. So we need to also do a variable where we decide if they're going forward or backwards, right? So first things first, let's print screen this because these values are gonna get deleted, and I want to keep them. Okay, so we're going to set the speed to 3. And then we're going to set the radius from 1 to 0.6. And then I think that was about it, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, wait, no. The stop distance we want to be 5. There. Okay. So then what we want to do is we're going to cache the stop distance. Private float stop distance. Stop distance equals stop distance. And then here, right after we get the nav mesh agent, if nav mesh agent is equal to null, is not equal to null, we want stop distance. That. And the only reason we want to do that is because this has a little bit more overhead if we don't. So there we go. And then we can do this because this is not required. And then we can also just do debug mode in here, which I totally didn't think about. Yeah, there we go. No, actually, I want this to be public, actually. Okay, and then public bool is moving forward equals true. There we go. And then we want to go to the waypoints. There we go. Is moving forward. Here. If is moving forward. I thought I created that. Oh, wait, right. It's not an underscore. Else. There we go. So now I can have her move either direction. Right? So she's always I'm going to have her start forward and then I'm going to make her go backwards. Right? So here we'll see her, she's going to go to the where is she? There she is. She's not walking. Why is she not walking? Her current waypoint is none. Oh, that's why. Weird. 14. Okay, there we go. There she goes. Current waypoint is 15. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to say go backwards. So moving forwards. It worked. Not that I didn't think it was going to, but it frickin' worked. Okay, so now that we know that that works, what I want to do now is I want to come into here, and what we want to do is we want to do spawn radius of 200 and the AI count of 600. We want to see what 600 looks like. Now this is going to just, whatever, but let's take a look at this here, right? So we're going to do the spawning specifically here, and let's go to the prefabs here. An empty list. We want this there. And then I want to remove her, specifically her. But before I do that, I want to take a look at her specifically. Make sure that she has everything that we need here. Okay, good. She's got everything that we care about, except for her nav mesh thing here. So that means that we need to come into here and we take a look at her, and we have overrides. We want to apply. Yeah. One sec, I'll be right back. Sorry, that was my girlfriend. She wanted to talk about something. So, yeah. Okay, so we don't care about applying that one, so we can just revert. That's fine. We're going to delete this one, and then we've got this one all set up the way that we want it. Perfect. But let's open her up, and I want to move this one up here. Can I move it? Apparently I can't move. There we go. Perfect. The idea is that this one here has the bones, and then this one here doesn't have bones, right? And as long as they both get spawned in, we're fine. Good times, good times. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's get this working now, because I don't think this works. If I hit play, what happens? Wait, is it actually working? Wait, it's actually working. It's it's working. They're eventually going to all end up on the path. Hmm. It freaking works. Oh my god, it totally works. It's still not perfect, right? Like we've still got some that are like not quite on path yet. Like some of them are on a weird path, it looks like. Let's see. Oh wow, she's like really far. Like that's really far off. But she's also going the wrong direction. Like she shouldn't be able to go that way. What happens when she gets here? Ah, she's finally moving correctly. What about this one? Why is she moving in a weird direction? Waypoint 4. Why don't we see her? Wait, is that wrong? Weird. Okay. Her next waypoint is waypoint 20, which is there. So I'm guessing this is the first waypoint that she's going to hit is this one. She probably got like pushed around or something like that. Which waypoint was she coming from? So now the spawning isn't quite what we want. We want them to spawn closer to the whichever point they're supposed to be at. And that way they'll be, within a tighter radius, and they'll spawn and start walking in the right direction. Sweet mother of fuck, yes. Sorry. Okay, spawn radius we'll say 10. And we want to AI count to 1,000. Sorry, 1,000? No, 2,000. And then hit play. I forgot to move the camera. Oh, you know what? I think I know exactly what the problem is. Crowd controller. We don't need this. We don't need this for the crowd controller that we're doing right now. Because this should automatically spawn them correctly. Why are they all over the place? Well, that's a weird problem. Okay, let's see if we can take a better look at this. So here's my camera, right? Mhm. You know what? I think this is probably good enough. There, see? They were correct and now they're wrong, right? So they spawn in on the line, which is perfect. But but they don't they don't continue moving on the line. Yeah, like these here should be spawning on the line. And moving towards one of like the in the same direction, but they're not, right? Like these ones are working, but these ones aren't. Huh. Okay, so her waypoint is 0, which is way the fuck over there for some reason, which is not correct. Okay, so I've got an issue with the spawning then. Waypoints. Okay, so we get a random waypoint. Uh, right. Yeah. Okay. Set current waypoint. Don't need this. Wait. We're going to go like that. I want to keep that one though. This doesn't need to exist, does it? Oh no, fetch waypoints. Yeah, that does need to exist. Um, no, I think we're in a good spot here. I don't think this is necessary anymore. We'll leave it just in case. This is just to get the direction. There's our, and then navigator, set current waypoint. And then we're caching it so we can access it later if we need to. We don't care about stopping distance because we're not actually going to use that anymore. Okay, I think this should do the trick. What's our spawn again? Yeah, okay, this should work. That's not right. They spawn and then they disperse like ants all over the fucking place. Like, how do we get from here to here? Like, how is this happening? From here, it should go to here, and then here, to here, here to here, here to here. Like, we shouldn't have such big jumps like that. Where were you coming from? I have an idea. I have an idea. If I do this, uh, mm, mm. Okay, so now we've got both. We've got the original waypoint and the spawn waypoint, and then we can come back into here, and we can grab one of these ones here. There. We can take a look at her, and the current spawn waypoint is 15. Current waypoint is 7. How did that jump? How is that? How is that a thing? Okay, yeah, we definitely we found the problem. Something's changing the waypoints. Okay, so when she initially spawned, her waypoint was 7, and then she jumped to 17 somehow. I'm guessing that it is get next. I'm guessing it's this. Okay, so how are we getting weirdness here? I'm like legitimately not seeing how we. The only thing I can think of is that like it's happening. What? Hmm. What if I tone this down? Let's tone this down to like maybe 600. Um okay. So we still do have some, but like why is this happening? How are we okay, so how do we jump, right? From what 9 to 21? How does that happen? 9 to 21 is a big jump. Okay, so how are we getting from 9 to 21? Let's see if we can find anything that's updating it other than yeah, because this is the only thing that updates the waypoints. This is the only spot that we update current waypoint. Where is this being? Waypoint count. Yeah, we're not using that one anymore. It is this one here. And then this here is what we want. Okay, so what is the at what point do I start seeing it? Because I don't think with one we see it. I think we start seeing it in the higher numbers. So let's say 10 and let's see if we see this weirdness. Well, I wasn't expecting it to be. I don't think I can do this with 10. The world is too large. Oh wait, that's fine. Uh, okay, we can see it happening now. So here we started at 0 and we're already at 2, which is incorrect. We should be moving towards 1. That's 2. No, that's 0. And wait, if that's 0, where's 2? 2's there. Yeah, so she should be moving towards 3, right? 0 to 17, that's a big one too. Or sorry, 17 to 0. That's huge. Oh, right. I wanted to do this and this. Okay, so mm, we're doing this. This is waypoint 21. Next waypoint, what's next waypoint going to give us? Okay, so 20 to 21. How many waypoints do I have? Waypoint 2, next waypoint, waypoint 4. That's not right. Oh, no, that's previous waypoint. So we're at waypoint 3. Yeah, okay. This is current waypoint. Spawn waypoint 11. Where's current waypoint? Current waypoint 11. Okay. Yeah, that checks out. Spawn is 8. We should be at current waypoint is 8, right? Yeah. We should see 7 and 8. 7 and 9, sorry. There we go. Beautiful. 13. Should be still 13 though, right? Yeah. Where's current 13. There we go. That makes sense. $21. Okay, so 20 and 20, we have 21 in total. Or 22. Because we're 0 indexed. Next waypoint. Current waypoint is 15. Yeah. 7. I'm not seeing where this jump is coming from, like how we're getting such crazy numbers, right? So we do have ones that are moving in the wrong spots. Is it, do I have the maybe I forgot to update something. This one. Stop distance of 5. So how are we getting weird? Like how are we getting weird waypoints? Five is fine. Like 5 works. But like I think I need to change it from focus because I don't actually want it to. There, we've got some moving in the in weird directions already. Like this one here. From 0 to 16. How did we get from 0 to 16? Something had to update the waypoint multiple times. Right? Like the only thing I can think of is that this is not correct. So this it almost feels like this is calling too many times. Debug.log. Reached waypoint name. What we're going to do is we're going to say waypoint, last waypoint equals current waypoint. And then this would be last waypoint. We're just going to do this. Yes, this is more expensive, but this is kind of like exactly why we would use something like this. So reached waypoint. Uh, there. I think this is going to be better than the than this is going to allow us to do this better. I forgot to do this. Get the current. So this would just be name, right? Yeah. Okay. There. This gives us everything that we now need to know, all in one go. In a situation like this, because there's so much stuff going on, we can't use the debugger, which sucks, but it is what it is. So clear. Wait. I have a debug somewhere. Oh, there. We got some. We got some already. Look at this. 0 to 1. None of these are wrong. Every single one of these is right. Not a single one of these is wrong, but there are characters moving in a weird direction. So it is the way that we are doing the distance check. But we should also do this too. Can I pass a name in? No, I cannot. Okay. So I'll have to do new AI dot name. Set name. Oh. Yeah, it has a set name. Okay. There we go. This will give us the ability to check whether or not, like, how often some of these are updating, because I think that's the general problem, is that they're updating too quickly. And they're not actually updating within the correct range. It's the only thing I can think of. So our starting waypoint was 0, and we're already at waypoint 9, and 0 is like over here. Yeah, so 0 is like that one right there, and we're already supposed to be way the fuck over here, right? So this is 64. Yeah, look at this. Look. I was right. Yeah, it's too close. What's my stopping distance? 5. Interesting. Okay. Well, we figured it out. If stopping distance, if stopping distance is greater than, wait, if I think, okay, if remaining distance is smaller than stopping distance. I think I found the problem. They're not moving anymore. Interesting. If remaining distance is less than or equal to stopping distance. Oh yeah, let's try that. We're going to get to the bottom of this at some point. So they're never updating? So they stop moving. Uh, remaining distance is 0. 0 is less than or equal to that. Okay, so if we step over this, remaining distance is 0. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, okay. I see what I did there. Okay, so they should be moving correctly. No, I did that wrong. Yeah, if stopping distance this, we want to do this. I do not want no. This suggestion was what fucked me. That's why. That suggestion is what the suggestion was bad. Oh my god, that was a bad suggestion that fucking that it made. No, I don't want to invert that. Like I don't want that to be like a thing. No. We definitely got some oddity there, right? Like we still do have the problem of like some of them are like going way off course here. Um, this one specifically is one of the ones that needs to be looked into. 73. Yeah. Did not reach waypoint 1. Right? So if remaining distance, what is remaining distance? This is a nav mesh agent, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah. Does the agent currently have a path? Is the agent currently bound to the nav mesh? Is the agent currently positioned on an off mesh link? Is the current path stale? Get or set the get or set. Coupling can be turned off. It's true. Next position. Property to get and set the current path. This property can be useful. The point of the path calculated by the nav mesh. Additionally, can be set. Well, an example of this might be a patrol route designed. Unity. Wait. Update position. Get or set whether the transform position is... Find closest edge. Get area. Move. Apply relative movement to the current position. Set area cost. Set destination. Oh, wait. That's probably what I did wrong. No, I am setting destination. Let's check out set path. What exactly is a nav mesh path? Calculate a path between two. So it's not that, not that. This isn't correct. Do.
In this video, I'm going to show you how you can make this waypoint system, and this is going to be flexible that you can add on to and expand to make it a bit more advanced as you want to add features after. So we're going to take a player or just a general object we want to follow a path, and then we're going to create all of these waypoints and draw the gizmos and draw lines connecting the path, and then we're going to make the object follow that path. After we create the system in an empty scene with just some prototype assets, I'm going to show you how this system is modular and you can just click and drag it into any project you want, like this demo scene I have here of a car racing game. Thanks for watching. If you like these videos, please click like and subscribe. It'll help me out a lot, and let's jump right into this. So the first thing I'm going to do is create a 3D object in a cube. This is just going to simulate a player. I'm going to reset its position here, and I'm just going to create a quick material for it. I'm just going to call this blue material. Drag that on. We'll give it a bit of a blue color here. And I'm just going to rename it player. This could be anything, a player, an NPC, just a random object that's going to move around. So in this case, I'm just going to call him player just for the sake of it. I'm going to create another 3D object here, and I'm going to make a plane. This is just going to be the ground. Reset its transform position here again. I'm going to move the Y down negative 0.5. That way it's right on the bottom of our cube. And I'll just scale it to something maybe like 20 by 20. Okay, I'm just going to give it a darker color, so I'll make a gray material. Drag this on. Set it to like a dark gray. Yeah, something like that's good enough. And then I'm just going to make a little square inside of this one, just kind of show the direction it's pointing. So I'm going to create a 3D object, a cube. Scale this down a bunch, maybe like 0.25. And now if I move it out, we can stick it out here. I'm just going to make another material for it. I'll just call it red material. Okay, so there, that faces forward on the Z direction. Now the next thing I'm going to do is make an object to hold our waypoints. So I'm going to create an empty object. If you're not familiar with the short, so that we can actually draw something in the scene view. And you can looking at by hitting Control, Shift, and F. And now the camera is set here. So if we look in the game view, we don't see that gizmo. And that's let's just go back to the hierarchy for a second here. If we look at them, this is the first waypoint child under waypoints. So this is going to be child 0, and replace it here in the draw wire sphere. Well, just so we get rid of that error, so we don't have any errors. Let's go back to our game. I'm going to go to our player, and I'm going to add a script. I'm just going to call this waypoint mover. So you can name this whatever you want, or you could even do this right inside of something like a player script or a player controller, but I like to keep them separate so that you can add this to any object. So you could add the same one to a player, to an NPC, to just a random rock that you want to roll around your scene. That way it's not locked into any other component. You can just make it separate on its own. First thing we're going to need to do is get a reference to the waypoint system. So I'm going to make a private, I'm going to call it waypoints, and let's just call it waypoints. Okay, I'm going to make a note here. Stores a reference to the waypoint system this object will use. Or just something there just so you know what it is. Okay, make another serialized field. I'm just going to make a private float move speed. I'll set this to maybe 5 by default. This is just going to be how fast the object moves. And then I just also need a private transform, and this is going to be the current waypoint we're moving to. Okay, so something like that. So that's our variable setup. That should be all we actually need. The first thing I wanted to do is, if we go and look at our game here, in this example here, the player object's not actually at the first waypoint, or any waypoint for that matter. What I want mine to do, and this is optional, you don't have to do this if you don't want, but when we start our game, if I had the player over here and say this was the first waypoint, I don't want him to start randomly moving to that waypoint. I want him to be there. So I'm going to do that in my code here. The first thing I'm going to do is make the player move to the first waypoint. So in start, I'll do something like set initial position to the first waypoint. Okay, and now we need to get that. So current waypoint, we need to call something to actually get this. And we did start our get next waypoint method. So I can call get next waypoint. Or sorry, we need to use our waypoints script up here, the reference. So waypoints, get next, getting the next waypoint. What we want to do.
Okay, so what are we calling? This guy's doing it a bit differently than us. It's not wrong, it's just remaining distance. Remaining distance. The distance between the agent's position, and the destination on the current path. Oh. Wait. Get or set the simulation position on the nav mesh. Okay, so this is wrong. Remaining distance on the current path. Because the current path doesn't necessarily mean... Yeah, okay. Okay, that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, this is not right. Get distance from current position. Current position to current waypoint position. Now, we shouldn't have the problem anymore. I don't think we should have the problem anymore. Some of the units aren't moving though. Why are you not moving? Most of these are not moving. Where's 19? What? Oh, you know what? We're within the stopping distance, right? That's probably it. Oops. So if I move this in, does she update? Yeah. There we go. Stop distance. Oh. Why are you the stop distance thing? Still? Where's my stop distance? What? Okay, so this doesn't work. Hmm. Okay, so I think I got this backwards. Stop distance. This should be times 2. I take a look at this nav mesh agent again. Sorry, update. Hmm. Sample. Stop. Oh, here we go. Stop distance. Stop within a distance from the target position. The distance between the agent's position and the distance on the current active current. Unity. You have to be careful. A distance check isn't always accurate since the steering behavior portion of the nav mesh agent may actually still be working even if the distance is less than the stopping distance. Found this works best for me. Okay, so it'd be this dot remaining distance. Remaining distance is less than nav mesh stop distance, stopping distance, or not as path. We're going to try this and we're going to see if this works. We're trying to cache it because there's like extra overhead in making those calls because they're setters and getters and they have extra logic. That's even worse. Like actually worse. They just went so fast. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to do this. This will tell me if we're moving. Cuz if we stop moving, we just want to grab another one, right? Now, the pathing update, I think we can switch back to the other one where they were stopping too early. No, because we still want them to move to the yeah, no, we still actually we want we I liked this though. Right? So if I do this, they stop way too early if I do this. I think. I think that's right. Okay, so we've got a couple here that are not moving at all, right? But for the most part, I think most of these actually are moving. No, most of them are standing still. Okay, so this has never reached waypoint 18 or 14, which I believe is this one right here. That's 14, yeah. Okay, so we are two. How is this 0? Oh, that's local position. That's not what we want. We want real position. Why is this one working? Interesting. This is what we wanted. Wait, that's a thing? Mm. That's horrible. Wait, what? Her path is updating constantly? What? This is why is there so much useless shit here? Wow, that's terrible. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. So, um this is a great example of Unity doesn't use their own tooling, and therefore not having a way of detecting that you've completed your pathing so you can get the next waypoint is something that they just never thought about because, they don't actually use it. So they don't know. Wow. Okay. So now instead of having this set to that, let's set this to 0 or 0.01. There we go. And then we hit play. Okay, so my waypoint is 13, which I'm assuming is this one. Yeah, that one's 13. Okay. Okay, so if I move you further away, what happens? If I move you closer, what happens? Huh. Oh, that's why. Mhm, mhm, mhm. I figured it out. Yeah, there we go. That did the trick. Okay, so now we have that. Now we can see the now we can see the I'm getting rid of the debug so we can see the actual whatnot. Huh. Oh yeah, that does make sense. So I've got it set so they move towards the current waypoint. We actually want them to move towards the set current waypoint. We want this to be next waypoint. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, let's crank this up and see how well it works. There we go. Look at that. That was the spawn radius, which was not correct. We wanted 1,000 AIs. I think that's still like a little not good enough, right? What if we do 1,600? Yeah, our FPS is a bit lower. That's fine. I get rid of gizmos. We still have a low FPS, but that's fine. Okay. Okay, so the next thing that we want to do now is we want to randomize whether or not they are forward or backwards. Uh, is moving forward. That's what it was. Oh, wait. This needs to be here. Here we do if is moving forward equals 1. I don't think that's... Yeah, okay, that is it. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now we have to change nothing. Beautiful. Amazing. All right. There we go. And then we'll have people moving in both directions now. I'm fairly certain that if I do batch rendering, like proper batch rendering instead of like leaving Unity up to deciding if it's batch rendered, then I could probably cram more units in, but I don't know if it's really that worth it because like this is still way more than we probably need. Also, this is hitting like 60 FPS on in editor, which is substantially more overhead than doing it in game, right? Interesting. Our batches have skyrocketed. I wonder why. Why are batches so high? Hmm. Still, the batches actually being so high actually is bothering me because they shouldn't be so high. They should be much lower. Because we had this down to like what was it, like 43 draw calls or 43 batches instead of 1400. Like we almost have one batch per unit right now. Because we've got what, 1600? Yeah, like we've got 1600 units. Interesting. Mhm. Wait, there's a device simulator? Oh, really? I didn't even know there's an option. Neat. Okay, sorry. Uh, frame debugger. Maybe this isn't as bad as I thought it was. I wonder. Still seems high, but there's 59 million tries on screen right now. Okay, at the very least, we're doing pretty well here. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do, right, and this is going to be a big one, is we need to actually do the driving test correctly. Okay, so the pedestrian system is working, but now I want to be able to run them over. Right. So if I come into here, I want to be able to run over one of the pedestrians, and if I can do that, we're even in really good shape. Okay, so let's start adding it. Okay, so we need at least one pedestrian. Oops. Prefabs. Oh wait, we've got a bunch of pedestrians. We have a pedestrian waypoint system. So let's just put it in here. This is what was this again? This was crowd controller. Let's hit play and see what happens. I don't think it will work correctly because I don't have a nav mesh right now. So we're gonna add in a nav mesh, and then we'll start playing with the driving. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was nav mesh surface. Wait. Where's the bake? What happened to the bake button? Here, bake button. Okay, so where's my bake button? This is missing the bake button. Where did my bake button go? Oh, I'm in debug. That's why. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Bake. There we go. Okay, and then we come into here, we click here, we do this, and we hit play. Now we should have a vehicle, and we should have some AI populated that are walking around the nav mesh here. Beautiful. Wait, that actually had like an effect that came up when we hit them. Yeah. Dope. Okay, so what we want to do now is we're going to change them so they don't collide with the vehicle. Right? And this is the layers, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So we come into here, pedestrians. So here we'll say Truck-kun or player. And then vehicle. Then we go to the prefabs here. And trigger. This is a collider. I think that's all we need. Right? And then if we go like this, we should be able to drive right through them. But we only want to include certain layers. So I think I can go through them. Yeah, there we go. Sweet. These are triggers, right? Beautiful. Amazing. Okay, so that's good. And then what we want to do is we want exclude include layers. We just want player and vehicle. And then exclude layers. Everything except for these two. Now we should have a pedestrian system that now works. I need to change the rotation there. So we now drive right through these, which is kind of what we wanted anyways. We Whee! Okay. There, and then in the waypoint navigator here, right? This isn't quite what we want. We want a new um this isn't going to be used anywhere, so we can get rid of this. What is this? Oh, nothing. Okay. So we've got that AI. Um Player input system, that shouldn't be there. This should just be up here. We'll figure that one out later. And then, wait, why do we have a dots anything? Oh, right, because we initially were playing with the idea of maybe doing that through dots. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Then we want a Unity script, right? And this is going to be a ragdoll system. And the ragdoll system is going to be attached to the pedestrian the navigator unit thingy, right? But we want to change that because we want to use the same logic for the same waypoint logic for vehicles as we are for pedestrians. So here, ragdoll system, right? What we're going to do here is we want to actually do the ragdoll, right? And I think if we open up our original Truck-kun, we've got the ragdoll, which I think is this one. I think I deleted it. I think I deleted it because we were going through so much stuff. Um, okay, so this is largely useless. Okay, so what we want to do is we need to hold the current. Okay, so right, and this is a mesh of some kind, game object or doll character. Impulse. Sorry, this is a vector 3. Ragdoll position. Vector 3. Ragdoll direction. Impulse direction. Direction. I think what we could do here is, one sec, get the parent object of the parent object. Get these. No. Public. Game object. Ragdoll. I think I need to come back to here and do some quick Google searching. Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
New features.
I'm kind of curious. Let's take a look.
Check them out in just a second. But in related news, there are a couple of bundles and a free ebook available as well. So we're going to go through all that quickly first. The first one we've got is a pair of them up on Gumroad. The first one here is the Space Nova Unity bundle. This is 15 plus environment packs from Lortez Studios. You can see all of them available here. They recently had a similar thing called Supernova or something. This is completely different assets, by the way. You're going to notice the pricing here shows as $100. Use the code SN70, and that drops that down to $30. So you're getting a number of different asset environment packs from Lortez for $30. Or you have this other bundle, the Star Nova. This is 5 plus, which again, you're getting some coupons in here as well, but 5 different environment assets. And you use the code SN40 here, and this one drops this down to just $10 USD. So if you're looking to pick up some environments, a good set of bundles going on over there. They are their studio license, which is good for people up to, I think it's 10 developers. I would look into that specifically, but 11. So you see right here. If you're bigger than that, you're going to want to stay away from this, but I think for most people, it's a good deal. By the way, they also have a pack going on for the Godot engine and 2 for the Unreal Game Engine as well. So if you want to go ahead and check that one out, my links will be down below. If you do use my link, it does support me. So thank you very much there. The other thing here is we just had Unity release this free ebook, which is all about using the UI toolkit in Unity 6. So I'm going to assume it still applies equally well to Unity 6.1 since it was released literally yesterday. Unity 6.1 was released today. But this is the new UI layer that was used in the Dragon Crashers example, which is also available, by the way. You notice here, it is a PDF book. Now you can download it directly. You don't need to use this integrated viewer to see it. But you see here, 148 pages on how to use this guy. So if you want to check out the new UI toolkit, Unity just published this brand new PDF documentation or book on how to actually use the UI toolkit. So that will be available in the links down below as well. And then finally, I actually kind of
Buck says he didn't actually link down below. He linked to his website. Yep. Oh no, he actually did. That's so weird. He doesn't usually do that. It usually irritates me, but because I don't like the way his website is laid out for the links. There's too much and it doesn't put the links front and center. But
this, but there were like 3 or 4 game dev humble bundles all released like pretty much the same weekend. So I kind of pushed it into another one. But they launched the Supreme Unreal and Unity Game Dev Bundle. I will have a link for this down below as well. You'll notice when you take a look at it is you've got Unity. Unity 6 point lot. This is a are down below. If you do use my link, it does help support me, and thank you so very much if you do. All right, so we got a quick overview of what is in Unity 6.1. This is a pre-release version of the release notes. I'm just going to look at a very small subsection of it. This is a standard release. So basically, one of the things about the Unity 6 point lot releases is that they're going to be all about stability. So they're testing them out to make sure that when you go 6.1, you can go to 6.2, 6.2 can go to 6.3, and so on. I believe it's 6.3 that is going to be the LTS version. We'll get back to that in just a sec. First, I figured I would show you some hands-on with some of the more exciting new features. Now, the first one we got here, and I'll show you where you get this project yourself. This is variable rate shading. Now, this isn't overwhelmingly exciting of a demo, and whoever did this really likes their God rays and bloom. But there's a reason for that, because what this is doing is actually the shader that is being used here is, by the name says, variable rate, rendering different amounts based off of different factors. In this particular case, it's based off of the speed. And I'll show you exactly what I mean by turning on the debugger. So here we go. We're down to basically nothing. We'll turn the variable rate shading debugging on. You'll see it's not really doing anything. But as we speed up, you're going to see it kicks in. So what it's doing is those areas that are actually not sure exactly what this debugger is showing is the red being variable rate or the green being variable rate. But as we go faster, because of the blur and so on, you don't need as much detail. So the variable rate shader kicks in, and then you've got faster GPU performance as a result. So this is one of the newest features here, kind of the headline feature. And one thing I want you to notice about this is almost all of the marquee stuff we're talking about today is for the universal render pipeline. And I don't know why that just happened. But yeah, so that is definitely a noticeable trend here. Another thing I want you to notice with the trajectory of Unity, the next version of Unity, unnamed, but I'll call it Unity 7, it's going to be a game breaking. It's going to be a game changing. It's going to be game breaking. Because they're going to be doing things like merging the pipelines back together. And it surely seems like the universal render pipeline 1 and HDRP stuff is going to be merged into it. So you're going to notice first, there's 2 things to realize there. First off, Unity 6.x is going to be around for a very long time, several years. I imagine they will be adding new features to Unity 6 point branch for years after Unity 7 is released, because Unity 7 is going to break a lot of stuff. So one of those things to be aware. So this is one of the changes. Another one we've got is there's the addition of forward plus rendering, again, in the universal render pipeline. We'll get back to that one in just a second. And then one other thing to showcase, and this is actually added via it's an extension of a package, but I've already added it. It is the new project auditor, and I ran it. But basically, you come on in here, you say, okay, so we'll start again. So you first load up project auditor, it goes, okay, I can analyze your project. This is a static analysis. Basically, it runs through your project, and it locates any problems it can find. This is both going through your source code as well as your assets, and it's going to give you analysis on things that you can do to optimize your project. So very nice in that regard. We'll let this run. It is relatively quick. This is a standard from them for showcasing the variable rate shader, not my code or anything. So we'll see what it finds with their thing. Now, again, this is static analysis. There's nothing to say that it's going to be flawless for this result. But here you can see breakdown. There is 1 major, 4 moderate, and 24 minor code issues. We've got assets. We've got 17 moderate code issues. Project settings. We've got 10 there, and then for each one of these, it's got a breakdown. So we see the breakdowns for the individual things. So just like the code performance. I'll go to that in just a second. And then here we got the top 10 issues. So here there's an empty model behavior issue there 3 times. You can drill down into them, you get more details like so. So here we are in the code section. And again, you can go to the asset section here, see what it found there. So the issues that are available there, and you can jump through them accordingly. So here you go. This has an empty start behavior. You should why that's an issue, some details about it, and so on. And then you can say, okay, ignore this and go on. So basically, it is a code profiler, asset profiler, project settings profiler, and it's a great new addition, I think. Now, I don't know how good the actual suggestions it gives are, but those are probably the 3 most major marquee new features. So again, back to these preview release notes. So these might change slightly from the Unity blog, if that's the case.
No,
so
we already
it looks
had
like a little
that. Am I crazy? I feel like I'm crazy.
That's why. But here what you're going to see, the big new ones here, Unity 6.1, major performance upgrades. But again, this one is ERP only. So variable shading rate is ERP and HDRP, which is nice. That demo, I believe, is ERP only. But Deferred Plus is, I'll get to the details of Deferred Plus in the future, but basically it is sort of like how you have Forward and then Forward Plus. You have Deferred and then Deferred Plus. It gives you a couple of extra special abilities, but mostly it comes around to how lights are handled. It also gives support for working with the GPU resident drawer, which is kind of a, how would you describe that? I suppose it's an occlusion culling technology. It's basically a 3D way of we only draw things that you'll be able to see. Another performance optimization was added in Unity 6. So those are the 2 big new ones. We got some more details on both those coming up. On top of that, we have some changes here. So the project auditor for stack analysis, we saw that quickly in action there. Also build automation. Automation. I can't speak today. Moving on from there, because I don't want to speak anymore. We also have here so support for large screens and foldables, which I am on Team Foldable, so I do like to see this there. Improvement for the Unity for web, so run your Unity games anywhere.
Large screen and foldables? Oh.
The web exists, including mobile browsers, experiment with the latest WebGPU graphics, API integration, and unlock compute acceleration for web browsers. So WebGPU support is finally here for web developers using Unity. Improvements to Android XR and MetaQuest support, Instant Games Facebook Messenger support as well, and then improvements for PC and consoles, including improved CPU performance, PSO caching, ray tracing with enhanced DirectX 12 support, and so on. And again, I think I mentioned this earlier on in this take anyways, they're focusing more on the upgradability between releases. So it should be easier to go from 6.1 to 6.2 to 6.3 and so on. This is something that people were stuck on ancient versions of Unity forever because they always broke all this stuff going forward. Now they're actually testing it, and they're testing it in the real world on real projects. So they're dogfooding finally, like what we've seen with Unreal Engine for years. Unity have started doing that. In fact, they launched this project early on. I did a video about this specifically a couple weeks ago. But they've got survival kits, which Unity developed entirely. They published it through Konami. But this is a Switch 2 launch game, so they're going to be dogfooding their own project.
Wait, what? They actually not only built, but released? Does the Unity team to improve the performance and stability of the engine? Survival Kits uses a wide range of Unity compatibilities from core engine features like ERP and netcode to live services like Lobby and Relay. Interesting. What? Tell me more about this game. I thought that they were getting ready to start a game, not that they already frickin' launched the trailer. I've been out of the loop.
4 kids by this old tattered man. Off they went armed with nothing but youthful enthusiasm and a profound lack of preparation. Boom! Terrible at steering them off. Let's slay some trees. Awesome! You nailed it! Hook, line, and sinker. Tastes amazing, doesn't it? Really have started to master this survival thing. Next stop, the top. Ha! Nicely done. Well, I think that's everything. Let's set sail. This time, for home.
So this is already out because it says available on launch day. Wait, so this is already available, but it's only available for Switch 2? Wait a second. Interesting. Wait, I want to see what this used to look like. Interesting. So they're rehashing this. Interesting. Okay. This is the wrong one. Oh, so this is next month. No, 2 months. 2 months. Okay, we're almost there. Wow. Okay. Interesting. The new Civ is coming out on Switch too. Oh, Hogwarts Legacy. Isn't Hogwarts Legacy already available? Who made Split Fiction? I've been seeing a lot about it. Oh, it is. It takes two. Yeah, I was like, it feels like a like one from those two. I think I started playing this one with my buddy, and then we stopped. And I don't remember why. We played this one and this one though. And each one of these feels better. In Split Fiction, congratulations to them. Split Fiction, they did a good job. Yeah. Maybe 5. Anyway, sorry. Back to this.
Their own platforms, their own things, but they're also upgrading to the newest version of Unity as they go through it. So that means that you should be able to go through the process rather painlessly. So you should be able to use these versions a little bit easier than you used to in the past. They're also working with several other developers where they're acting as co-developers, and they're working on making, again, the upgradability between versions so you can actually use the damn things, which is a nice step. So a little bit more detail about a couple things we talked about. So we've got the variable rate shading. I will have this link down below so you want to learn. I will link in the link article anyways. This describes exactly how variable rate shading works. The one that we've got here was based off of velocity. So basically they render less as you go faster. Should be like as your object literally goes faster. There are other options in here as well. So you do variable rate shading like this generation here, which uses edge detection and so on. But basically variable rate shading is a way of taking resources off the shader that don't need to draw more detail. The variable rate shader can handle and do less work and then perform better. The other thing we got here again is the new forward plus rendering path. And the forward plus, the big thing there is similar to forward rendering path, but there's no limit to the number of lights that can affect each game object. There's still a limit on the number of lights visible per camera, however. Using forward plus rendering path reduces the number of lights you need to calculate for each game object. You divide the screen into tiles, then it identifies which lights affect each tile. When Unity calculates the lighting for game object, it uses only lights that affect the tile the game object is in. So that is the new forward plus rendering in there as well. If you want to learn more about these, the shading rate demo is available. Hasn't been updated in a little bit. And one of the things you're going to want to know about it, I go back to my hands-on demonstration here to check this one out. First off, the settings are for it, available in Assets Settings Renderer. That's where you will be able to turn this on and off. Another thing that was interesting, at least the way that mine launched, is it was as low resolution aspect out of the box, and then that makes this render really weird. So you'll notice when you go ahead and run it, it doesn't, because it's zooming past, you're barely seeing anything. So I had to change that down here, turn that one off, and then you can have like a lower scale, and you can actually see it rendered properly. So if you want to enable this viewport over here, again, come into Assets Settings, and then Renderer Settings, and it's available right there, Debug VRS. If you want to go ahead and check out the VRS demo, it's available here. There is more documentation on exactly how variable rate shading works if you want to learn more about it. That is all available there as well. And then the other one here is the Project Auditor. We showed you this is the static analysis tool that was added in 6.2, 6.1, sorry. This is added as a package. The easiest way to add it is just go on into here. You're going to want that guy right there. So then you can come back over here, go over to Window, go into, they move everything around. It's a little confusing to me. Here, Package Manager, click Add, install by name, paste that in. So combat.unity.project-auditor, and then install that, and then it will be available for you. Once again, the tool is available under Analysis right here, and then Project Auditor. So ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is Unity 6.1. And again, a quick reminder, if you are a Unity developer, or just if you're a developer in general, we have these 2 bundles going on over here for Unity developers, but there's also 2 Unreal Engine ones, and a Godot developer as well. Same codes. So if you get this one, it's SN70, and it knocks it down to like $30 or $40, whatever the math is. It knocks $70 off. Or this one, SN.
Oh. Hmm.
I'm going to be honest with you. If you're looking for this video to be that easy, how do I just immediately get a ragdoll set up on my model? As far as I know, that doesn't exist. Hey, Chris here from Mom Academy, here to help you. Yes, you. Make your game dev dreams become a reality. Cooking up a ragdoll is a little bit of a tedious process, but you can get some really good results, and there are some tools that'll help you get it set up more easily. Unity provides us a way to mostly automatically generate a ragdoll with colliders and character joints. There are three main components of making a ragdoll. There's the character joint, there's the collider, and there's the rigid body. The way these work is, let's start with the collider because you're probably the most familiar with this one already. The collider just defines the shape that we're going to use to handle those impacts to this particular piece of the body. I use capsules for most of these because, your arm is kind of capsule-y shaped and it just ends up working pretty okay. The next one is the rigid body. That's the most common thing that we use when we're talking about physics is colliders and rigid bodies, right? The rigid body, the key two things there are the mass and the drag. Remember the mass is in kilograms, so if you're used to using pounds, if you're in the US, because we're like the only ones that use it, you'll have to kind of convert that and think about, okay, well, for this piece of the body, how heavy should that be? Is it 10 pounds, 20 pounds, and then do the conversion in kilograms and set that as mass. Unity will do this by default for you with our tool based on the total weight of the body. And the third thing is the character joint. That defines the range of motion that a particular joint can do. So like my elbow only can go this much, right? Like there's relatively limited, and I start going forward and backwards, it actually starts rotating here, not down here. So defining these on the character joints can be a really tedious process. The tool we're going to use that Unity gives us by default does a pretty good job about setting these up automatically for us. So the most tedious process is removed. Once we have the character joints defined with all the places we can possibly bend, we have the colliders to represent the area of the body that we're talking about, and we have rigid bodies assigned describing the weight and how its drag should be there. Then we have a ragdoll. The problem that we have is this ragdoll will by default be enabled, and you generally want your characters to be animated using an animator. There are some types of games where they're doing what they call active ragdolls, where you kind of have a ragdoll and you're just applying forces to them to try to make them move. If that's the kind of game you are making, then you don't need to worry about this problem. But for most of us, we're usually talking about a ragdoll after something has died or is unconscious or whatever the case is. But the rest of the time, they're going to be controlled by an animator. The animator will override all the properties that we have on the ragdoll, so the ragdoll movement will not be working if we have the animator enabled. So we need some way to toggle between the two. In this video, I'm going to show you one way to do it. It's not the most performant way. Towards the end of the video, after we've looked at how does this work, we'll look at more performant ways that are more complicated to set up. That's usually how it goes, right? But the simple way is not performant, and the more complicated way gets more performant. It's kind of harder to tell what's going on and more work to set up. Whenever you're choosing a solution like this, you should consider what's my performance target. Does this meet my performance target? Am I going to have 300 people running around all that can potentially go to ragdoll? If so, then you probably want to spend more time optimizing that than somebody who's going to have like 2 characters on screen at a time. Performance overhead of having just 2 probably isn't that big of a deal, and it'll probably run fine on your target platform. But again, you need to profile it, see how does it work, and see where the optimization can be applied. Before we go any further, I want to give a huge shout out to all of my Patreon supporters. Every one of you is helping this channel grow, reach more people, and add value to more people, and that means more people are making their game dev dreams become a reality. If you want to help support that mission, you can go to patreon.com/RomAcademy, choose whichever tier you're most comfortable with. You'll start getting some cool perks like getting your name up here in the section and getting a voice shout out starting at the awesome tier. Speaking of those awesome supporters, I have Andrew Bowen, Gerald Anderson, Autumn K, Paul Berry, and Matt Parkin. I'm so grateful for your support. Thank you. Today I'm going to pull an asset off the asset store, so if you have already checked this out on GitHub, make sure to first import this asset from the asset store. Link in the description and on the readme about where to get this asset. Which asset you use is not really important as long as a humanoid actually does not have to be a humanoid shape, but for the auto construction tool that we're going to use that Unity gives us, it does. You can still do this with any kind of model as long as you hook it up with these components that we're going to take a look at. The humanoid restriction is only to use this tool that will automatically add some of these and generally size colliders for us. What we have is a prefab of zombie 1, and if I drag that into the scene, you can see that we have a zombie. He's a little bit smaller than I want him to be, so I'm going to scale him up to be 1.5 scale instead of just 1.
Okay, first things first. Let's start looking at this. So if I take a look at this one here specifically, we want this here. That's not right. These don't have the right. Damn it. Oh, sweet. It's just going to work. Sweet. Beautiful. Look at this. There we go. So I don't need an animator on this.
And if we were just to click play here, we'll see that this zombie animates. One thing I have done is in the animation panel, I've removed all the state transitions so that way this zombie is always idle. Now that we have a zombie, which is a humanoid-like model, I'm going to go to Game Object, 3D Ragdoll. This is going to open up our humanoid state transition so that way this zombie is always idle. Now that we have a zombie, which is a humanoid-like model, I'm going to go to Game Object, 3D Ragdoll. This is going to open up our
Okay. Scene. We're going to have to bring her in.
humanoid importer I was just talking about a second ago, where we have to drag the bone game object transforms to each of these, and then Unity will add in, based on some information about these bones, a character
Mid spine is her chest, if I'm not mistaken. Or would it be upper chest? Let's do upper chest. There's her head. Right elbow. Left. Okay, so left hip. Then left knee. And then left foot. .52. Create. There we go.
Joint, a collider, and a rigid body. We'll look at what are those three components as it relates to the ragdoll in just a second, but first let's start hooking up these transforms. For the pelvis, we have something called base human pelvis. That kind of makes sense. Let's drag that there. For all these other ones, they don't always name exactly the same as what the Unity inspector is asking us for. For example, so we're talking about left hips and close and on it's asking for middle spine and head. As I click through the positions here, I can see that base human spine 2 looks to be about a middle spine. So I'm gonna drag that one. And I got one for this being that using the bunch. The legs are also kind of fat. So is all these colliders I got.
Oh wait, I forgot to take a look at that actually. Fuck. Yeah, okay. She doesn't have any. I have to redo it. Hmm. Left hip. God damn it, I did that wrong. There we go. The head, I think, needs to be a little bit bigger. There we go. There we go. All right. That looks good. Okay. And then we're going to go to prefabs. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. What's up, Chrono? I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab some water. Okay. Yeah, Chrono, since you just got here and you haven't seen it yet, I got shit working. I got more shit working. We're rebuilding the ragdoll system though, because I don't have one right now. But I got the pedestrian system actually functioning correctly. Wait, am I super low right now? Testing. Testing. I shouldn't be super low. Testing. I shouldn't be super low. I shouldn't be super low. Oh. I am a rather quiet person at times. Yeah, I can definitely be a bit of a quiet person. So, but check it out. And we've got a ragdoll. And yeah, no, I think I've got a boost on my audio. My audio in okay, so my audio on uh OBS is actually like borderline peaking constantly. Like right now I'm in like right now I'm in the yellow, like in the middle of the yellow. And when I talk loud, I go into the red like all the time. So I'm not sure. I've tried to edit it, but I think I just have a soft voice most of the time. Like there are times that I don't have a soft voice and I come across a little bit more at those times. Actually, right now I'm kind of, I don't know. It's hard. It's difficult. I've tried to edit it a number of times though. Poopy. Hmm? But check this out. Let's do 1,000. Hmm. You would think there would be an input volume and an output volume. Kinda, yeah. To be fair, I do have a bit of a weird setup, so. I fixed pedestrians. The pedestrian system's working now. It's imperfect, but like it's good enough for now that it will actually like function. The one I made. I'm not gonna use the one that I paid for. the, the dot system is just Dots is just not quite what I'm looking for at the end of the day, unfortunately. I like dots, but it makes things a little bit overcomplicated for specifically for the driving part, and the driving part's the most important. So I would rather simplify that and take a bit of a hit on the amount of characters. But like also not like at the end of the day, I'm not actually taking a hit on the number of characters, but I'm dramatically simplifying my system. Because ideally, I think 600 is probably what I'm looking for. And then we'll just have like a distance check effectively. So yeah, it's just like, I don't know. We have to also check, like, here we go. Yeah, 600's roughly like where I want to be anyways. And we're at 70. It's not perfect. Like everything is imperfect, but we're already doing better. Like we're doing far better than we were with dots and whatnot. And really at the end of the day, that's kind of the most important thing. Yeah. Cuz like the more I played with the dots system anyways, the more I found that like I would have had to make changes to it anyways. And I just don't know if that's really what I wanted to do. Right? Like if I'm going to make changes to it anyways, I might as well do my own. So right now they kind of line up like this, but if I vary their speed a little bit, then they won't line up properly anymore, and then you'll have that more realistic look. Like you'll have that kind of feel. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Jobs is definitely something, but it's mostly batches that are my overage costs anyways. Actually no, rendering thread's fine right now. It's really low. Hmm. Yeah. At any rate, the important thing is that like I have this vehicle actually has the ability to properly collide with these. Like these should be triggering events. And we're just in the process of hooking that up. Right. So as soon as I hook those up, I should be getting ragdolls spawning when this happens. And by spawn I just mean there's a ragdoll right there. And the ragdoll is, so if I take a look, this is what's being spawned by the this is what's being spawned by the by the by the like the one that's walking around, whatnot. This is what's being spawned in. And then I just have this one enabled. But if I disable this and enable this one, I have a ragdoll. Right? So if I come into here and do this, and then we go back to game, we hit play, right? Let me go to scene. Let's grab that one right there. This one here. We'll find them. We'll click on here, right? And then we're going to do, oops, there. Let's see. So if I come into here, right, and just do this and turn that on, there's a ragdoll. Right? So there's a ragdoll at her feet now. So now so if I come out here, let's jump over to the truck, right? Let's just move this guy here. There, and then we hit play. We should just see them all spawn in. It's beautiful. And we're using the Simcade one, so we have like drifting and everything, and the truck actually feels pretty good. The it doesn't sound right? Like the truck doesn't sound as good as it could. I'm gonna have to figure that out later. Like refigure that out. But yeah, this is actually pretty good. Oh, right. We can't actually have the Simcade, like we can't have it be the Simcade be selected. It just fucking destroys our CPU performance. But yeah, it just works. Like it works so well so far. Now we just need the right? It looks great. I'm not sure if we want to spawn the if we want to spawn in a ragdoll or if we want to just have the ragdoll be there kind of thing and just like toggle it. Because at the end of the day, like we would have to have a pool and stuff like that, and it kind of makes sense for them to be like already in memory since we don't have that like they seem to be performing enough even with the current system where we're actually technically spawning in both the ragdoll and non-ragdoll version of them and just not rendering the non-ragdoll version. So yeah. 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 That's kind of the idea.
Got generated. These, the character joints, and the rigid bodies will drive the physics. The collider.
So this is kind of what we're thinking here, but I need to check something because I'm still forgetting things, right? So this here, yeah, the so here we want to do ragdoll system, ragdoll skeleton prefab. There. Yeah, that one. Okay, sweet. There we go. Do, do, do. Oh wait, no, this wouldn't be ragdoll. Give me a second here. What would I call this? It's not, yeah, on hit. On hit. No, we'll say on impact. On impact. Mm. Is it this? No. What am I? It's SE. Mm. No. We'll deal with that outside of this. Yeah. Apply the impulse to the impact mesh. Okay, and then waypoint navigator. And then we need the on overlap. Unity trigger collider. On trigger event. So it's on trigger event enter. Figure out the direction to the other collider. And then this here, we want a public on this. Public. Let's rename this. Wait. On impact. There we go. And then we want to force, right? Right. Times. Plus. Wait. So this is the direction. Sorry. This is the direction, right? So we do this, and then we times it by -1 to invert it, times -1. Direction normalized. Figure out speed, add additional force to the direction times 10. Okay, so we could do this. Wait, no. Yeah. Okay. I have a feeling that we're probably going to need to just spawn them in rather than actually like have them be part of the AI, because if I think they're going to be too attached. But there's only one way to find out. What happens when I run one over? I was afraid of that. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, so it's this, right? And this here becomes the problem. So why does that have an animator? It doesn't need an animator. I guess because it has a skeleton? Weird. Okay. Whatever. Okay, so this is going to be the problem here. We can't actually do it this way. So I think we actually have to do it as a as like a ragdoll, proper ragdoll system. Like yeah. Poopy. Okay. Waypoint navigator. Impact mesh. Sorry, game object. Oh, wait. That's why. Is if you've got to be kidding me. Okay, this might actually work. Oh yeah, let's try it. We're gonna do this. Then we're gonna make sure that we've got debug running. Okay, we do. Okay, sweet. Let's make sure that we actually have that. And then let's see our debugs here. We don't actually want this. There we go, done. Then we're gonna hit play. And I know why those events are not triggering, and I can fix that. Watch, watch, watch. Nothing happens. And you might be asking why. Why is nothing happening? And the answer is quite simple. Uh, the collider, this body collider, is default, and this should be player. Not only that, like I didn't rig it up properly the first time and stuff like that. Like that, I did so much wrong. There we go. It works. It totally just worked. We just saw it work. Now the question is, how well does it work? There we go. So that should stop them from flying, right? But I still have a feeling that like we have to pause the navigation because they're tightly coupled, and that's not what we want. But let's take a look at what happens. Yeah, that's what I was thinking would happen. Um Give me a sec, I'll be right back. Okay, so they're tightly coupled, like position wise. So I'd have to. I do this. Would that prevent? I think that prevents the thing from happening, and then we can fix it later. The problem is that, like, I think we can't reset. One sec. I gotta try something. I want to reset the skeletal mesh. Um, and I think to do that, if we, I wonder what happened. Like, if I come into here, right, we've got one just lying on the ground. There. This one here. This is our little girl here that we wanna play with. So if I go like this, what happens? Does she come back? She comes back there. If I go to root and we do kinematic, is it chest, hips, chest, upper chest, what upper chest, neck, head, spine? Shoulders? Which oh fuck, which ones are the ones that have them? That kinematic. I don't think this resets. Yeah, I don't think this resets it. Unity reset ragdoll to T-pose. Previous workaround. What's going on? It seems that disabling and then re-enabling a character causes the joints to reinitialize in an undesirable way, losing the home position. If you set all the swing twists, character should spring into T-pose when the ragdoll is enabled. As the joints were set up relative to T-pose in the editor. This works fine if the character has never been disabled / re-enabled. But if the character turns off and back on again, it doesn't snap to the T-pose the next time the ragdoll is enabled. It appears that it springs back to the position that the bones were in when the character was last disabled. The home position of the joints has been changed undesirably. I think Spiking Unity doesn't very useful behavior. It kind of does. Like, I get why you would want to do that. I found that after hiding the character, then showing it in the hierarchy, the ragdoll works right again. So I solved the problem this way. Maybe joint is reset on enabled. Bodies. There seems to be a simple solution though. On awake. This works like a charm. Ah, that does make sense. Yeah, I could, right? Like I'm thinking that might be the way I do it, but I want to try and avoid that a little bit just because like I want to keep things as simple as possible for now. For now, this works. I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit surprised it's still working. I need to apply more force though. Holy shit, it's actually working. Times, we'll say 100. Oh wait, I think they might be going down instead of up. Yeah, I think that's part of the problem. So what we'll do is we'll do apply an up force to the direction. I might have to like tune the XY, the X and Z. Do manual XZ multiplication and then the Y multiplication. I just give it something else. That would work instead of just blindly doing 100 to all of them. I have a feeling they're gonna fly pretty far, because because of the 100, right? No, they're not. Interesting. Let's try this. Hmm. Okay, let's run these over and see what happens. I still feel like they're going down instead of up. Yeah. So this would be dot x, and we'll do dot z, and y times y equals 100. Let's say 200. Hmm. They're still going down. Why are they going down? So I'm just going to move this over to my other screen for now. Mm. Yeah, they're underneath. That's why. They're underneath the vehicle. And so like when the vehicle actually runs them over, because they're underneath it, we don't get the like it doesn't come across correctly. So here we'll take a look at how this is working. Give it a second. It's just booting up. Hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna go like this. We're gonna watch it from here. And then let's drive into these girls. Yeah, so no, it's kind of there. Huh. I don't maybe it's not applying the force. That could be it. In the impulse? Yeah, maybe it's the impulse is the problem. Do. Impact system. Yeah, I might need to change the force mode. I do have it set to something off because I wanted to try that out, but lo and behold, that might actually be the problem. Interesting. Normal mesh. So good. Wait. Maybe 100's not enough? Like, I feel like 100 is usually enough. It is. You're correct. Like 100% correct. But I wanted to try it because like initially we weren't getting any luck with the force anyways. So I was just like, yeah, fuck it, might as well. There we go. That was fucking great. So 100 isn't enough. $200 isn't enough. Let's go for 500. I'm also gonna have to like expand out the radius of the collision detection for it, because right now I think it's a bit too tight and we want it to be a bit closer. There we go. Wait, wait. Yeah. It works. All right, let's see if this makes them fly a bit better. Yeah, there we go. Yay! That actually feels so fucked up. Like you actually feel them getting hit. Wee. Wee. Yeah, but I'm not that's a later problem. I'm gonna quickly set up a new map real quick. My favorite map for now. Save. My community is back. We're all back. No ads. Okay, so we are in a state here where this world should have, I say this, it should have the nav mesh. Like it should be entirely set up. Look at that. Oh my God, it works. It runs like shit right now, but it does work. We can fix shit if it runs. Exactly. Yeah, like look, it works. Look how fucking densely populated that feels. Let's take a moment to look at something. But look at that. It does work. It's running at like when I'm oh wait. That's why I'm on the wrong thing here. There we go. So we're running at about 30 frames per second right now, which is still actually kind of good. Right? Like is it perfect? Absolutely not. But it gets the job done. Oops, we're stuck. I want to build this now. Let's build. Let's see how well this is. Is there a way to like display an FPS inside of Unity when you build? You use a free tool? Link it. Link. I'm guessing it might be this one. No, that's not a tool. Is it the asset store? Hmm.
Have you ever wanted to spawn thousands of game
um, I didn't really think about that. That's not what we were looking for. This is a tool, right? GUI? Oh, that's really cool. Is it this one? Uh, this one actually seems good. You can use FPS minimum F. Don, the developer with the raid. Thank you for the raid, my friend. How was your stream? I'm trying to figure out a good way to display FPS in a build. There we go. Stream was great. Made some progress learning Angular. I don't hate it yet. That's important. Check this out. We got this working. We got this world feeling a little bit more worldly. One of the nice things about Japan, right? And this is great because Japan is very much so like this, is that Japan doesn't have trash all over the place. So it's a very clean, like Tokyo specifically is an incredibly clean city. So I don't have to like the idea of worrying about like putting out trash and stuff like that is just something that I don't have to worry about. Like cigarette butts and stuff like that don't belong on the ground in Japan. They're not something that you really find. So like I don't have to decorate the ground with trash, which is fucking beautiful at the end of the day. I thought you already knew Angular. Oh, no, I guess you do more React, right? Oh, Don, I got turned down for a position because I did Django, and they didn't see Django as real Python. And I was just like, what? What the hell was that? I'm stuck. How did I get through here? Well, it's like, yeah, totally. I think it comes down to like it's like you just don't do that when you're in Japan. Like people just don't do it in Japan is what it comes down to, which is surprising because like in North America, right? If you don't have a trash can, people are going to litter. And in Japan, trash cans are really hard to find. So like there's no trash cans anywhere and there's no litter anywhere. And people actually hold on to their trash until they find a place to throw it out properly. Not only that, people actually recycle properly. It's so weird. It's such a weird difference. It's such a stark difference from North America or like most Western countries. And like you even most like East Asian countries, it's so different, right? That is it. It is a high trust society. Uh well, it wasn't actually like directly a Python position. It was like it was a position at a web hosting company. And they interviewed me, but the guy was just like he was comparing Django to WordPress. Right? Like, oh, like Django's not isn't for applications, right? It's for like generic website like like templates and stuff like that. And it's just like, what? And then he was like React is more like your application layer, right? And it was just like, what? I was so confused. And like an interview with the director of the department is probably not the point, not the right time to start lecturing them on how much they don't know about the Python the Python web app development ecosystem and what Django actually is. So I was just like, I was just like, I just checked out and I was just like, okay, whatever. It sounds like you want a React developer and that is not what I am. But it was so weird. I was so confused. And like he's got Python apps though. Like in his portfolio, like in the portfolio that he manages, there's Python apps, web apps. And it's just like I don't understand how you don't know what Django is. Well, no, so like the problem is that he doesn't want WordPress. Like he doesn't want WordPress and WordPress like experience, right? So like WordPress doesn't really count as web dev for the position. Like it doesn't really count as proper development experience because of like how modified WordPress is from regular PHP. But he was comparing Django to WordPress, and Django and WordPress are vastly different systems, right? Like WordPress is actually like a template, effectively like a template system for 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 building a generic blog website, right? And then like Django was used to build Instagram. Like I think Django still runs Instagram. So it's just like it was just like so is to him it's just like so is Django so is Instagram not an application? Because he was like, you need more like actual Python experience, and it's just like Django's like is a framework, right? It's not a like ecosystem. Like like you can add to Django using regular Python, and you do like you write a lot of normal Python. Like there's not a whole lot of magic in Django. It's so like I was so confused. He's just like, you have like no actual Python experience. And it's like, the fuck I don't. It's just like all of my experiences with like actual Python. It's like what do you think? Like when we get like a request to like go do something that's going to take a long time, what do you think we do? We just like lock up and wait? No, we write like we write systems and we punt to like other systems and stuff like that. Like we do a lot. Like I just didn't understand his logic here. But like what he was saying lines up so well if we're talking about WordPress. Right? Because you can't take a WordPress, like if you're all of your experience with PHP is WordPress PHP, right? Or like C++ and like if you're a C++ developer and all you've ever done in C++ is Unreal, you're not really a C++ developer because you're not actually digging into C++. You're not working with C++. You're working with Unreal C++. And the same with WordPress, right? If you only work with WordPress and you've only ever worked with WordPress, your PHP knowledge is not good because your PHP knowledge is only as robust as WordPress, and WordPress isn't super robust, right? But like Django is just like here's like your web API layer, and then everything else is just like Python. Right? Just like regular Python. It's just like here's an entrance layer for like for some basic routing, right? And then like here's like a layer to help you get like the fundamental basics of like really basic serialization and stuff like that. Just so you don't have to spend like, you know, a couple of months building around that kind of thing, right? Like here's some helper functions and then go do the rest. The rest is just regular Python. And it's just like, I just don't understand the logic here. That's what the Glassdoor interview is for. Uh, so like the only reason why I made it to like the conversation with the director is because we know each other. Like actually we worked at that company together like 10 years ago. And we know each other. So he was just like, well, because I know him, I'm just gonna talk to him anyways, right? But it's just like, dude, you very obviously do not know anything about the Python development ecosystem, right? Like like for like web-based applications, you use like Django and Flask and stuff like that because like by default, you know, it's just not there kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like I've written Python tools before, but like there's only so many tools that you can build, right? Like and yeah, he was like, "Oh, you want to like right now like you're more of like a website developer." And it's just like, well, not really. It's more like I work on web apps. I've like not worked on I've not really put that much time into working on websites, right? Like they're web applications. They if it wasn't for the fact that they were hosted at at a URL, they would be considered applications, not you know like it's just like I just don't get it. Like, but that's fine. It's fine. I'm not going to argue with him about it. But it is it is a little bit weird. Oh yeah, where was that FPS counter here? Oh, that is beautiful. When was this last updated? Oh, this is nice and recent. Okay, accept. Open in Unity. Open. Yeah. I just also like I don't really I one of the other things is like I don't have a reason to build a lot of like Python desktop apps because like there's not a whole lot that I want to do that's like needs a Python like it needs a desktop app and specifically something in Python. If I was going to build a desktop app, it would be like I think I would much rather use like C++ or C or C sharp even maybe. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird. At any rate, he's going to keep his eye out for a product manager position because they might be able to bring me in as a product manager. And I'd be down. I'd be down to be a product manager. Chrono, thanks for the plugin, by the way. Also, Chrono, did you see that 6.1 came out yesterday or today? I think it was yesterday. Also, I found out some news about the Unity app, the Unity game that they're actually going to build. I don't think it's what we think it is. I don't think it's actually being developed by Unity. I think it's being developed by Konami. No. That one was it was a more Ruby based position. And when I got into the interview, the guy doing the programming part of the interview, he seemed completely checked out the moment I got in there. Like he just had noticed, like he didn't want to be there, at all. And it was like it was such an easy it was a was it? It was like a really simple, just like um Secret Santa with 3 people problem. And I was just like, does this need to scale out? And he's like, no, doesn't matter. It's just like, what? Okay. So like there's no scaling or anything like that. There's no tricks. It's just like, it's exactly what you see. The problem set is exactly what you see there. There's nothing more to it. It's just like, what's the point of this? And then the architecture side of it, the architecture side of it was actually an interesting conversation, and the guy seemed engaged. But I don't think I did very well on that. I don't think I asked enough questions at the beginning, and I didn't collect. I don't think I collected enough data. Yeah. So Survival Kids, right? The Unity game. I think that this is mostly being developed by a third party studio. And I think it's mostly going to be a Konami game. Wait, that's what it is? They're dog fooding by via consultant? What? Do they not understand what dog fooding is? You've got to be fucking kidding me. Seriously? Yeah, no, it totally doesn't look like they're actually making it. It looks like Konami's making it, and it's a Konami product, right? Because like if you go to like if you look into survival, like I didn't realize this, but this was a pre-existing IP from like the 90s, owned by guess who? Konami. The late 90s, right? Like 1999 is when the first one came out, and they've had multiple releases of different releases of this. This is a series, right? And I'm just like, it doesn't feel like, from what I've seen so far, this is made by Unity. It feels like this is made by, like, I'm sure Unity is in there somewhere. I'm just not sure where. Like, what is their part in the development of this? Because it doesn't feel like they're as involved as they made it sound. Overs. Yeah, this here is the one. Maybe Gama Sutra? Like, it's so weird. Also, like, why is this an exclusive? Winner of the best developer. Congrats. Okay, so how do we do this? Do. Is this just like on by default then? Or like, how do I turn this on? Just drop in the prefab? Oh, okay. So I just drop this in like so. And then when we do a build, right? Interesting that it's Intel 64-bit and not AMD 64-bit. the next step is going to be to replace the controller with one that actually that uses the actual input system, to replace it with actual controller support, because right now it's only keyboard. Is it building? Am I crazy? Yeah, it's building, right? Doesn't it usually give me a... Oh. It wasn't building. I think this is going to come with like audio turned on too, because I've got audio turned off because the vehicle doesn't sound good right now, because I don't have I don't have Fmod installed in this project. Hmm. Is it just not going to run, or what's going on here? You finished building, right? I did say build and run. Made with Unity. That's not right. Like at all. That's not my build. Okay. I clicked build and run. It should build. It should run. Unless it crashes. But I didn't see any errors. Maybe I should have opened up the console. There's no errors. It did not build. Huh? Why isn't it building? Why you no build? Okay, did that build? Oh. Okay, so there's nothing in builds anymore. Build and run. What the actual fuck? Am I crazy? Sure, but like usually you would get like an error, right? Oh wait, no, there are errors. I'm filtering. Well, at least we figured out why it was happening. Oh, it's Ash Dev. Failed. And the failing is Ash Dev. I'm a little bit unsurprised. Okay. We're getting somewhere. We're going to clear that. Warnings are nice and all, but that's not what we care about right this moment. It probably is. I'm going to be replacing it. Like not the car controller logic, but like the actual input system. Right now I believe it's using the old input system, which is largely disabled. So it's probably complaining about that. There we go. This is what we want to see. This is more correct. There we go. Look at that. We're building. Made with Unity. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's all in it's all in the right ear. Oh god, I'm sorry. Very obvious. I'm still surprised. Like, look at that. We're literally just stuck at 60. This AI is a little bit broken. Whee! Free falling. Whee! 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 Yeah, no, like actually doing pretty good here. No, there is no disabling going on here. I need to turn this off. Where is it? Is it this one or is it this one? I think it's this one. How the hell are you locking at 60 FPS? It's just performing enough. Yes. Yes, I did. They're pooling a bit weird due to other things, but yeah, the animations work. Look, beautiful. This works surprisingly well. I think I've got 1,000 units. I don't remember how many units I have on this map. But some of the ragdolls are a little bit in odd places, like literally wrapped around a pole. Or she decided to hang herself, apparently. Yeah, I've not really done a whole lot of optimization to the way that I'm rendering the animations. Very pog, right? I don't think I can drive down this section here because I think there's going to be some stuff in the way, but I can try it. Yeah, it doesn't quite work, but do you know what gameplay loop you want for this game? Have you ever played Crazy Taxi? Does that answer the question? Yeah, so the idea is kind of Crazy Taxi, Carmageddon, um, kind of styly, right? Like specifically, the idea is kind of for the like the general game. We want play maximized. So we want to go in and have kind of a Crazy Taxi feel ish, right? Yeah, I think there's a frame cap of 60 right now, which is fine. I don't care too much about that. The I just wanted to see like can we actually hit six, like are we going to hit 60, because in engine we're hitting like we're too close to 60. Yeah. And this way, when I just wanted to see it. If I give it out to people, will they actually be able to see the FPS? Kind of important to me. I'll worry about tuning that in a bit. There's so many problems with this map, though. This map is actually a clusterfuck. To be fair, though, it's like just it's a map that's specifically there just to look pretty and just give you an idea of like what type of city you could potentially build with these assets versus like a city that you would actually build. How many AIs did I put on this? I need to add more points. I can actually do that now. Let's add more points. We're gonna spread them out a bit more. Because I made adding points so much easier now. You have to go in and edit like the light posts and stuff like that because they're not done up correctly. Okay, waypoints. So right now I don't have a branching system, and that's going to be kind of the next big thing that we have to take care of is a branching system. Uh, I think the game's capped at 60 FPS. This doesn't look like it seems to be capping us at 60 FPS though. So I have a feeling that it's Unity that's capping us for 60. Ah, whatever. Mostly I just want to see, can we hit the... Yeah, it could be. But mostly I just wanted to see, can we actually get the 60 FPS? When I ship this out to a friend, I want it to be at 60. All right, so now I need branches. So I need to branch from here to here. So the person can walk here or go that way. So that's the next thing that we need to work on now. Oh, dude, I am so happy right now. Hmm. I will be right back though. I'm gonna go grab some food and more drink. In the meantime, though, let's take a look at how many we've got here. 1,600? Yeah. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Oh. Okay. 6, 7, 8. I've got another like 2 hours of dev time tonight. Oof. That's an awkward temperature in my room. It's cold. It's warm enough that I need the fan, but with the fan, it's too cold. Oh yeah, check this out. I put this in. City. Her legs are a little bright, but the rest of her looks good. Kind of curious. Interesting. Okay. Hmm. Oh, interesting. Hmm. So this is our current shader. I need to merge shaders. Oh yeah, here we go. So the idea would be something like this, but I don't think we can select two, can we? Excuse me. Okay, so here's our waypoint. So this is in editor. There it is. Ooh. So if I look at this, I can just do this, right? But what I want to do is I want to have a button. Where I can select 2 waypoints and create a branch between these 2 waypoints. I think I have both of these selected now, right? Mm, where's selected? Hmm. Mm. Okay. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Mm, yeah, but this gives us transforms. So this is a game object. Mm,
point. Then in our update method, we'll check if the controller has reached the destination, and if it has, assign the next waypoint and set the destination from that waypoint. So all we have to do now is assign a waypoint here, and then click play. We can see that he makes his way around the waypoints. Go Eric, go you. So it's nice that they're walking in circles, but we really want to give the impression of a level of autonomy to our little guys. The problem really lies with the way we've built our current waypoints. We want points in our system where we can give our guys a chance to break off and head down a different path, so we need to add support for branching. Let's go into our waypoint script and add a new list of waypoints called branches. In our waypoint editor, let's visualize our branch by drawing a blue line to it.
This is, yeah, here we go. Just going to move this over here for now.
And then in our editor window, let's add a button to add a in our editor window, let's add a
Add branch waypoint.
button to add a branch with ease.
We'll just say create branch.
And so creating the waypoint here is pretty much the same.
We're doing the create waypoint the exact same way as we have been. What's up, Chrono? What's up? I've looked at that game. I've never played it. Or have I played it? No, I've not played it. Okay.
Once that's done, we then assign it as a branch to our old waypoint.
Ah. Give me a second here. He wants a list. For this situation, I think that list is actually correct. Just because we don't actually know the actual size. I guess this works. Hmm. So he doesn't have the one thing that I really want, which is I can select two and say branch, and it just branches the two together. Unity editor tooling. Let's see if ChatGPT has something. Well, the problem is that like I'm not sure if there's a way to use. I'm trying to figure out how I would use the. Where was it? It was selected. This. Because this grabs one, but I want it to grab multiple if I have multiple selected, right? Inside of a class, I'm using Unity and I'm creating an editor tool with, and I would like to select two game objects and act and do something with both of them on a button press. How would I do this? All right, feel better, man. I would like to have this work with something like mm, Okay, so this would work. Okay. Create branch. For now, I'm just going to do this. We're going to do this. Initiate. There we go. Wait, what? Why was waypoint not here before? It was because we were using it here. We were using it all over the fucking place. What's the error? Oh, interesting. There we go. Now I have my my branch. Potentially, maybe, if I'm lucky. This could be not worky. Actually, I should probably do the yeah, an or makes more sense. Interesting. Okay. This is 54? What? What? Wait, is this still a thing or? Yeah, no, it is. Okay. Uh, ugh. Wait, where is the error though? I have an idea. I know what the error is. Because I think I added a branch to one of these. There we go. That's what it was. It worked. It worked. Okay, where's the button again? Let's draw Gizmo. Here. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Look at that. Yay. Now if I select that, okay, so if I select this and this, or is it this and this? No, that breaks shit. Damn it. Add branch. Add branch. Add branch. Look at that. Look how easy that is. There we go. Look at that. It just is going to work. All right. So the next step on this is to, let's do this too. From here to here. Add branch. There we go. All right. So now, since we went ahead and made this as easy as possible by preloading all of our logic to utilize the like get next and get previous. We can add logic here. Yeah, we can start adding actual logic into here. And that way we can say, hey, are we branching? And if we are branching, then we go to the branch. And if not, right? So get next waypoint here, and then we can pass in, right? We can do 2, right? Actually, do we want to do 2? We can say is branching false by default, right? Oh, okay. That's what I was hoping for. Because each waypoint won't be able to branch backwards. Actually, no, it should be able to branch backwards. But I want the player controller to control what's going on there. That way the brain can be there instead of having to do it here. All right. We got that working. The next step is going to be, doing the branching stuff. But stomach's starting to bug me, and I'm not feeling super great. So I will catch you all later. All right. Thank you to everybody who showed up, and I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Ta-ta for now.